Test, 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 test.
Good. Good evening, everyone, for the City Council meeting for March 18th at 5:15, beginning of closed session. We'll call the meeting to order. And Mary, would you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Tonight we have several closed session items, and I'll let Elizabeth Hall, our attorney, go ahead and let us know what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are here on a number of items. The first is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B for the city manager position. We are also here under public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, with the city negotiator being myself, the city attorney, and the unrepresented employee would be the city manager. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. The city will be considering whether or not to initiate one case of litigation. And then the final matter is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the name of the case is the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and City Council Member Chris Bausch. Those would be the items.
Okay. Next, we'll have any public comment regarding closed session items on the matter. Seeing none in the audience. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Very good. Seeing him, we'll go ahead then to adjourn for closed session and return at 6 o'clock to reconvene. Fred? Yeah. Chris? Good evening, everyone. The Paso Robles City Council meeting for March 18th will reconvene at 6 o'clock. And we will go ahead and all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Strong, and then stay standing for Barbara Miller for the invocation.
And with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor.
This evening, we pray that our loving, life-giving, and liberating God, source of wisdom and understanding, be present with the city council members, city staff, and the people of Paso Robles as we meet to discuss and make decisions for our city. Help us in all things to seek your guidance, God, to perceive what is right for the people of Paso Robles, and grant us all the courage to pursue it and the grace to accomplish it. And together, let us pray for peace for our world, for our country, and for our city of Paso Robles. We thank you, God, for hearing our prayer tonight. Amen.
Amen. We'll begin by calling roll call. Madam Clerk, would you do that, please?
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Present.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. Staff introduction started on my right. Mary?
Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk, joined by Karen Jackson, IT Technician, and Jessica Ferguson, Community Development Administrative Assistant.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Christopher Luckel, Utilities Director.
Vitas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Rita Berman, Works Director.
David North, Chief. Fire Chief. Paul Snow, Economic Development Manager. Mark Scandell, Airport Manager.
Elizabeth Bailey, Delivery.
Tony Gaspar. Me, Eric Cook.
Eric.
Chris Hewott, Interim City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and report out by Ms. Hall, Attorney for a City, from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council went into closed session on 4 items. The first being public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. The title is City Manager. The second item was public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, with the unrepresented employee being the City Manager position. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, initiation of litigation 1 case, and conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of cases, the Tribune versus City of Paso Robles and Christopher Bausch, or Chris Bausch. There's no reportable action at this time on any of those items. However, the council has not completed its deliberations, so we will be returning to closed session after the open session meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Time now then for presentations. Item 1, Paso Robles Housing Authority update. Lonnie Willie. Good to see you again. Last few minutes. Yeah. Welcome, Willie.
Technology is always our challenge, isn't it?
Yes.
So good evening, everyone, City Council Member, Mayor, city officials, and our audience this evening. It is a pleasure to be in front of you tonight, especially coming out of our grand opening ceremonies at Sunrise Villas this afternoon. It was truly a pleasure to have so many of you with us this afternoon to welcome our 69 families home to their new apartments. So thank you for that. I was asked if I could give a quick update to the council and to our community about the Housing Authority, and introduce ourselves a little bit to some of you who may not know us very well, but also to share where we're headed next as we are finishing up a couple of projects here in Paso Robles. So really quickly for everyone, just in case you have heard these two different names, the Paso Robles Housing Authority was established by our city in 1942, and the City Council still oversees us by way of appointing our Board of Commissioners. And so we wonderfully just went through that process to reappoint one of our longstanding commissioners to serve another 4 years. And so that is how we continue to serve you as your housing authority for the city. Occasionally, you will also hear reference to affordable housing Paso Robles. And just so everyone happens to know about that, it is also us at the Housing Authority. It's just our nonprofit arm that will let us tap into some additional funding opportunities when we are building affordable housing. So just every once in a while, if you're going to see something on the agenda, you will see those be interchangeable sometimes. So one of the things I thought I would quickly share with everyone tonight is just kind of the state of our communities and the need for affordable housing, not just here, but across our nation. Recent reports will share with you that over 7 million homes are needed to meet the affordability crisis and need across our country. You're probably also not surprised to hear that California is the least affordable state in our nation. You would sometimes think that perhaps it would be New York or Hawaii or someplace like that that would be even more expensive, but it's not. It's here that our median rents are 38% above the national average. So we have our work ahead of us, and that's what we work towards every single day. A lot of people will often think that affordable housing is subsidized housing, that someone might have a Section 8 voucher or some other assistance that helps them with their housing. One of the realities that the families that we serve face is that only 1 in 4 that would actually qualify for a program like that actually receive that public assistance. There is just not enough to go around. And so we are always looking for creative ways in partnership with our city to make sure that we can create housing that even if someone doesn't have that special assistance to assist with their rent, that the rents are affordable regardless of whether or not they have it. What I can share with you, recent statistics and some of the national research will tell you that a fair market rent here in San Luis Obispo County is about $2,200 to $2,300 a month. I would challenge all of you on whether or not that's real, and if not, it's probably even higher than that. And just to give you an idea about what that means is that a worker would need to earn almost $44 an hour to afford that rent and the other necessities of life. But the average hourly wage here is just under $20. So that's often why you see our multiple income families, because they're literally just doing that to pay their rent and put food on the table. And it's what we're working towards to try to avert. So many of you might know the Housing Authority because of Oak Park, and such a wonderful story, and is one that this city has been so committed to for decades. As many of you might know, it was former military housing on the north end of town, and even when I was growing up here, those homes were really struggling, and the families that were living there were trying to make them ends meet as well as to make their housing livable, and they just decayed over and over and over through the years. And so about 15 to 20 years ago, the Housing Authority and this community came together and said, let's do something. And so those original 148 units were all taken down, and there are now 341 apartments there. The first part of this revitalization project was actually the Chet Daughter Senior Apartments, which is 40 apartments for seniors. And then there are 4 additional phases that recreated Oak Park for another 301 units that are affordable for families. At any given time, all of Oak Park is fully leased. We unfortunately have a very long waiting list for it. We know that we have many families in need, but we are thrilled to have this community and this wonderful neighborhood across about 25 acres on the north end of town providing for our families. And this is where we were today. So many of you joined us as we did our grand opening for Sunrise Villas. For those of you who are aware of all the construction going on the Olson and South Chandler ranch lands, there was an affordable housing component to that master development plan. And we were so excited to be the first ones out of the dirt and the first ones complete and having families move in. So there are now 69 families who live here on Fontana Road, and they all moved in January. We already have a wait list for here, which reminds us about how much we still need to do in our community to meet the need, but so exciting for those families to have started the new year in their new homes. And then our next one is actually Riverwalk Terrace. For those of you who have seen the construction going on by the old JCPenney building, this is 79 units for seniors. They are mostly one-bedroom apartments, but there are also some two bedrooms for someone who might need to have a caregiver or an adult child who is helping them with their daily needs. We are finishing construction in just a couple of weeks, and we will be having our seniors moving in next month. So very exciting time for that as well. And what a great reuse of land that was going unused here in our community for a very long time. So one of the things I always like to share with everyone is that you often think about a housing authority and the apartments and the homes that they build, but what we commit to do is so much more than that. So for all of our families, both in Oak Park and in Sunrise Villas, as well as the communities that surround them, we are bringing a variety of resources and supportive services to them. We have a food bank that comes twice a month to provide food to any families that need it. Our last one was this last Friday, and there were over 900 individuals served through the food that was provided through the food bank. We have a mobile health clinic that comes a couple times a month to the properties for anyone who can't get to a doctor or doesn't have a way to get basic care. We have an amazing partnership with the library for a variety of our programs, both throughout the year as well as particularly in the summer. And just a variety of things that we want to do throughout the year to support our community and create community for everyone. And then one of the really special programs that we've had a chance to do over the years is called Youth Works. For those of you who have not heard of it before, it is for our youth, both in and around Oak Park and now also at Sunrise Villas, where it helps our teens learn job skills, to have job training and job experience as they look towards their future. And we have a chance to introduce them to college and maybe they haven't thought about before, or the trades or whatever they might want their future to be. And so we are very thrilled to continue to do that program as well. So often there's the question about, so what's coming next for the Housing Authority? And so as I just shared with you, 341 units replaced Oak Park over many decades, and we have now just created 148 new apartments just this year. Through the amazing support of this city and the officials in front of you tonight, we have the chance to be looking at many more projects. We have about 4 different projects we are looking at right now for their feasibility. If we can bring them all to fruition, it will create another 300 units in our community, and we know that we will have this council and this city's support in that. One of the things that I can share with all of you is that over the years, I have been able to do this work across 3 different states. And I have seen cities that really make this a struggle for affordable housing and perhaps a feeling of not in my community am I going to build that kind of housing. And then you have the cities that roll up their sleeves and say, we're going to do this together. And I am so privileged as a Paso native to say that our city is the latter. And we know that through your work and through your commitment to our community, that we are able to do what we have done so far and that we can look forward for many, many more in the future. So as you can see, our target is that once we get these next projects kind of on their way, our plan as a housing authority is to have 1 project going into construction every year. So we will continue to update you as we work towards that. And we will also be talking with all of you as we start to implement a strategic plan for 2026, and would invite your comments and your initiatives and excitement. So there is a quick overview. What questions can I answer for the council or for our audience tonight?
Well, Lonnie, first off, again, we want to thank you for your leadership. I know that you're homegrown, and, you know, with the 83 years partnership with the city and the Housing Authority, it's been just a fantastic, you know, way to get things done. I also want to say that, you know, at your grand opening a few minutes ago, we were also given a certificate from John Lear, and I'll read it. Certificate of recognition to the city of Paso Robles for the Sunrise Villas Apartments grand opening ceremony for successfully completing the new multifamily residential low-income housing community in Paso Robles. This consists of 69 total units, including 16 one-bedroom, 30 two-bedroom, and 23 three-bedroom units. These residents are both age and income qualified, with 100% of the units are rent restricted to individuals. with incomes ranging from 30 to 60% of the area median income. All located in high-demand area with all major shopping center and recreational amenities located within a short distance to meet residential needs. Congratulations and best wishes to the City of Paso Robles. Sincerely, John Laird, 17th District. Thank you. So, again, very well done. I mean, it's like I said, I can't say enough about your board and everybody that works so hard, and they got to focus on a goal that we want to provide these kind of homes for so many people that really are in need. I think I read it was like 169 folks now that can live in those 69 units, and that's amazing. Yeah. So, any questions for Lonnie? Any comments? Chris?
Yeah. Thank you, Lonnie. And the ribbon cutting was the highlight of my week. I'm sure I'm not alone with that. I was really struck by one of the conversations earlier and one of the presentations earlier about the fact that we have working families there. That, I mean, these are people that work in agriculture, in hospitality, in retail. Can you just talk a little bit about the lucky families that actually got into the place, and also talk about your waiting list?
Absolutely. It is really something that for us is a lot of hard work to select those first families who will get to move in, and then look at all the work we have cut out to make sure that the rest of those who did not get a chance to move into Sunrise or to someplace like that will have an opportunity someplace else. So what our council member is referring to is that the 69 units were gone within a matter of weeks. We started an interest list over last summer, and that's what we will do with all of our properties. There's one that's open right now for Riverwalk Terrace for our local seniors. And anyone who has someone who might be interested in our housing, they are welcome to call the Housing Authority, and we will get them to the right people to submit an application, be considered. So there is no lottery. Sometimes people will hear that word, that we do a lottery. It's really just a matter of working through that interest list for everyone. And then even once we've filled up, we went ahead and started establishing the wait list so that people know that they are ready to go, and we have their information as soon as we might have a vacancy. But the fact that we already have 1,000 people on that list is just really humbling, that we need to do more and do faster.
Anything on this side? Chris?
So Councilmember Gregory and I got to preview this presentation last week at the Senior Advisory, so it's better a second time around. The open house was even better, just wonderful to see the fruition of all the hard work. You mentioned so many people earlier today, and just want to shout out to all of them. This all comes together through an awful lot of collaboration, so thank you for leading that.
Thank you.
Gregory, anything?
It takes the community, and you're pushing ahead, so thank you.
All right. Well, again, thank you very much, Lonnie, for coming tonight and giving your what we need to hear anyway. But even still, thank you for doing what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have airport update. Mark Scandalis, airport manager. Mark.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for having me. Here to give a general update on the airport. Looks back about 3 years. That's the interval of the airport commissioner. So thought that was a good number for us. High level overview, feel free to ask me any questions you have. So first thing I want to touch on is airport operations data. This is very important for the FAA. We submit this to the FAA. It counts towards our grant funding. Obviously, the more you use your airport, the more the FAA is going to fund it. We have aircraft operations, so that's your takeoffs and landings, fuel sold and based aircraft. From 22 to 25, you can see that's all trending upwards. And for aircraft operations specifically, you can see an estimated number in 2022. At the end of 22, we implemented a tracking software for aircraft using the transponders that are in the aircraft, and we were able to get actual real data and start submitting that to the FAA. You can see that was a 10,000 operations jump there, and another 5,000 after that. Last year we had 51,000 operations. For perspective, San Luis has about 80,000. So we're up there. Fuel sold, you can see that also increases. That's heavily dependent on the fire season, but we sold just over 1 million gallons last year. And based aircraft, this is something also the software is helping us track. Based aircraft is very important for the FAA. It shows that your airport's being utilized and people are actually there. Also, these aircraft are paying personal property taxes to the county, and a portion of that's coming back to the airport as revenue. Next, revenues here. This is from 22 to 2025. These are our main sources of revenue: lease rates, fuel flowage, and parking and landing fees. We do have other sources, but these are the main ones. In the bottom, in the blue box, you can see our totals. Those are going up year over year. You can see a 16% jump from 22 to 23 and a 28% jump to 24. Just over 1 million this year. We still have about a quarter left in the fiscal year, so we're on track to have another great year. And airport fund reserves at the start of this current budget cycle, which was last July, $2.7 million. Next, I want to talk about our airport commission and some of the accomplishments that they have. This is last year's photo, so Ben is no longer on the commission, and Hanan Azim is here. Commission's great asset for me and the other staff helping the airport become better. So one of the first accomplishments I want to talk about is the 50-year anniversary. So city bought the airport in 1973 for $1. 50 years later, we had a celebration. It's a lot of work, a lot of planning. Commission was heavily involved. It was an open house day. Thousands of people showed up. Many aircraft showed up. It was fun. Even though it was a lot of work, I hope to do it again in the near future. Some of the other accomplishments the Commission's been working on over the last couple of years is updating our primary compliance documents and then developing the airport. So for development, we've begun the master plan update process. This is a document that looks 20 years ahead and plans for what we'd like to see 20 years from now. We've also negotiated an FBO contract that has development and capital improvements as a condition of the contract, both hangar development and expansion of the airport terminal. We've signed 6 new leases, and we've had 2 options to extend current leases, so people still want to stay at the airport. For our primary guidance documents, there's things like rules and regulations, minimum standards for aeronautical services, lease policy, our fees, and our airport land use plan, which talks about the allowable uses around the airport in the airport's sphere of influence. One of the big pushes that we had the last couple of years was an airport assessment. So we brought in an outside firm to take a look at our airport from their perspective globally and see what we're doing well, what we could work on. Here's a few of the things that we've implemented so far. Staffing plans. So previously we had staff there 5 days a week and only the airport manager was on call. Now we have staff 365 days a year, and we have someone on staff on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can call 805-237-3877 and get somebody right now. We've started an airfield inspection program. We inspected the airfield before we implemented this, but this is a daily inspection. We are logging everything. It is to the FAA specifications. We track it all, and we correct things as fast as we can based on what we're inspecting. Also, we now have updated wayfinding signage at the airport. So previously, none of the gates were labeled. They didn't have names on them. So you get to a gate, and they'd call and say, "We need access." I say, "Where are you?" They say, "We're next to the oak tree." I say, "You're in Paso Robles." I say, "What else are you next to?" "We're next to the pickup truck." I say, "Well, we're in Paso Robles. Where else are you?" Anyways, you get the story. Now they can say we're at Buena Vista Gate. We can go get to them. Also helpful for emergency services. They know exactly where they are. We know where they are as well. We've done a security assessment. We have an open ad hoc of the Airport Commission working on the results of that. We'll bring that to the council at a later date. And then revenue enhancements. You saw on the previous slide, we have some positive revenue numbers. It's largely due to the transient landing fee program that we implemented. Some of the initiatives coming up for the commission, like I said, airport security upgrades, airport terminal refresh. So this will be a new color scheme or potentially the same color scheme. New furniture in the airport, new carpeting, just refreshing our 25-year-old building. We have a logo that we're looking to develop and hire a firm to help us with that. So the airport has their own logo. We're working on commercial operator permits. So this is largely making sure every commercial operator at the airport is providing insurance to the airport and business license. And then, of course, the spaceport license. Commission is heavily focused on that and happy to continue our efforts on that. One of the big things we're talking about over the last year and a half was our fuel contract. Lloyd's Aviation has been in the airport since September of last year. From my perspective, they're doing everything we're asking them to do. They've been a good partner, and they're able to handle some of our biggest clients. There is their contact information if you are interested. Additionally, Lloyd's Aircraft Maintenance is open. Their words, not mine. They said that the maintenance shop has come along a lot faster than they thought. They have 5 mechanics in there. They're hiring mechanics out of Questa's maintenance program. The top picture there's 10 aircraft actually packed into that hangar. Any day of the week, you can see aircraft packed in the hangar and then also on the ramp. Aircraft are coming in regionally from other nearby airports to get their services. That's working out well. Their contact information is on the bottom as well. And here is the hangar development that Lloyd's Aviation is working on. Had a number of meetings between the city, Lloyd's, and their contractors. This is a draft site plan. We're working with them. They've done the soils report and the fire flow testing. We're working to get that project in front of the Development Review Committee and Airport Commission and get that project off the ground. Next, I want to talk about our FAA grant program. We do have entitlements from the FAA based on our size of our airport. Our federal entitlements through the Airport Improvement Program are $620,000 through this 4-year period. We've received $2.5 million. So we are punching a little above our weight when it comes to federal grant dollars. In 21, we did an airfield lighting upgrade, which changed the majority of the airfield lighting to LED. Then we did a pavement maintenance management plan, a rehab of our main runway and repainting of it. And then we're working on the master plan, which is the grant from last year. And looking forward, we have 2 applications in right now for 2025. One is an electric vehicle grant. That's just to change over some of our existing equipment to electric vehicles. And then a reconstruction of taxiway Alpha north of Bravo. Back in 22, we did the maintenance management plan for the pavements. This was identified as an area that needs to have some work done on it. This is a very important piece of pavement. If you do fly at the airport, about 80% of traffic will touch that pavement before going on to runway 19. And finally, want to just touch on the spaceport application. This is a large topic. This is a very high-level overview. We have been working with San Francisco's Airport District Office and Washington, D.C. Office of Commercial Space. There are about 6 major points of a spaceport license. The boxes in green show things that are substantially complete and fully funded. We've gone back and forth with the FAA on those, and we're continuing to work with them on those. There's some work to do, but we are certainly making progress and happy to continue that progress. With that, thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for Mark? Either side. I had one, actually. Any long-term corrections that FAA has noted that we need to do that we can't do right now, but long-term on your schedule?
For pavement maintenance?
Yes.
That section of Alpha is one. Our terminal apron, which is the concrete apron, that is original to 1942.
Yeah.
So that will need to be reconstructed at some point. But in overall, we're in pretty good shape on the airport pavements.
So the taxiway there north of Bravo would be A400 rated at that point, would be able to carry on operations?
Yeah, our design category aircraft is a C-130, but A400 is about the same footprint. Yeah, we would design it for that.
Very good. Okay. Chris Bounce.
Mark, can you flip back to the revenue and the sales tax slide? So if we're looking at fuel flowage, where are we right now? We're in third quarter or for 2025 year to date?
For fuel flowage, that is through February.
Okay, and what quarter is that?
That is quarter 3 of the fiscal.
Okay, so will we make the same, that 125, 126 number? Will we earn the same that we did in 24?
That is dependent on summer. We absolutely ramp up from now until the end of summer.
And then I think we had
We'll have to
sales
see what
tax
comes.
on the slide before this.
So personal property tax comes from based aircraft.
No, I guess I'm looking at fuel sold.
Yeah, there's a sales tax associated with that. But the fuel sold here and the gallonage that's coming out of here, it's fuel flowage fees. That's an airport specific fee. So it's 10 cents per gallon on aviation gas and 12 cents per gallon on.
I understand. I'm just looking at the year-to-date comparison is my question.
Gotcha.
But thank you for that. So previous slide. So same question, 2025 year-to-date, so that's third quarter?
This one is on January, not fiscal year.
So we go year-to-date? Or calendar year, fiscal year?
That's calendar year, yeah.
Okay, so it's too early to tell.
Yeah, way too early to tell.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything more? Very good. And I want to thank the airport commissioners that are here tonight. I mean, you guys have been doing a great job. A lot of work I know that's been going on behind the scenes. And Mark, with your direction and all that's happening there, appreciate the help on it. Thank you. Not to mention that Frida Berman's, she's in there too as well. We're all done, Frida. Okay. Done with the presentation. Now we come to general public comment. This is the time that the public may address the city council on items within the purview that are not scheduled on the agenda tonight. All persons desiring to speak on an agenda item are asked to fill out a speaker information card and give it to the clerk when you come up. You'll have 3 minutes. Those persons wishes to speak on any item scheduled for tonight will be given the opportunity when the item's being heard. So, start.
Hi.
Linda?
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I came to give a garden variety of information. I had a question about the housing presentation. But most of all, there's some bills coming down the line, and I'm curious about migrant housing. A senator from San Diego is planning to try to incorporate, when migrant housing is available, that homeless could come into it. That was one of my questions. And then subsidies, where do subsidies come from if we don't have affordable housing? I mean, if we don't have low-income housing. But as far as what I came to say is that there's more. Well, first of all, I don't know if this was mentioned before, but we're in USA Today. I think it is, and we're vying for the top spot of the best Main Street. We slipped down from number 5 to number 7. So I'm hoping, but we're above Solvang, which actually makes me happy. So I'm hoping that more people can vote on that. I just wanted to bring that up. And so anyways, there is another bill that I think people might be fond of, to answer your question, Mr. Strong, about the land that the homeless are on. Right now, the same senator is trying to make a bill where Caltrans has to create a comprehensive plan to address the homeless themselves that are on state property. So if that bill passes, then a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with, you know, on the sides of the corners of the highways, the intros and the outros, those will eventually get cleaned by Caltrans, because obviously they're not into helping homeless people or cleaning encampments. But if this bill passes, then that gives the state of California more ability to clean out homeless encampments. So there's also another bill that might be it's SB 417 that's coming out, that might be something we vote on. They're looking for another bond of, I think, $10 billion for homeless affordable housing that will go to different garden variety. And back to my question about ADUs, Elon Musk just unveiled these really top-of-the-line $8,000 living pods. They're like tiny homes, but they're all fully, loaded like Tesla. So, I have seen people already bringing in ADUs with wheels on it, because if you look at tiny homes in general, that's how it happens. They're usually rolled in. So I don't know if there's going to be any exemptions for us for people that do that. And also relative to the housing is, I still have the wish list of having a full new mobile home park. I think it would be awesome if we had one that was green, that was self-sufficient. Like maybe Brown Heritage Ranch or wherever the, zoning can be, because yet again, right now, mobile homes are like condos. They're the most inexpensive ways to get housing for the lesser of us. So I just wanted to put those things in your ear. I'm hoping that we can do something fantabulous for the homeless this year, especially if we get more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Greetings. My name's Dale Evers, and I'm addressing public art in Paso Robles. Anyway, I have some images here to show. Do we have them? Don't start the clock till we got an image. Yeah, let's do the brochure first, and then we'll whip through the other.
Warren, maybe if we could, I was going to say maybe we typically don't show images, but maybe if we can
That
share
doesn't
them.
work. Yeah, there it goes. It works now. So I've decided to start this project just on my own, because a lot of times you just got to go out there and you got to make things happen. And thanks to Warren and Dave and other people in the city and the parks people, Parks and Recreation, I was able to get these two pieces out there on 10th and, was that 10th? No, it's Park and
12th.
Thank you, Mayor. Glad you know the streets. So Park and 12th, I got those two sculptures out there. I own those sculptures, but we have a situation where they're there for a period of time, and hopefully some other really amazing artists will come behind me and put something up there. And this can develop into a program that's an intelligent program that helps artists, that helps the community, that helps the tourists, that gives everybody, makes everybody enjoy the visual arts. The wine industry is struggling, and I think it's a good time to look at other ideas for getting people excited about coming to Paso Robles. And of course, I'm in that field, so that's what I want to do. Anyway, next slide. Is there nothing else? Okay. Anyway, this is just about sponsors. It doesn't matter. This is an idea I had for the alley there by 1129 and, the Pappy McGregor's, where I was at yesterday at noon. But don't tell anyone. I suppose I had a couple. Anyway, this is an idea to make these like little nooks and crannies like I did with Norma's Alley, and just to make the town interesting and flavorful. And next slide, please. This is an idea I had for putting acorns in the park. These giant acorns are about 8 feet, 10 feet, whatever. And in the top, you can see we have the monoliths at the park now over across the street from where my sculptures are on 12th Street, Mayor. And they look unfinished, and it'd be nice to finish those off with a couple of acorns, which is the seed of the oak tree. And it's very important to us, the oak. And by the way, I love Paso. Next slide, please. There's Norma's Alley, and I want to finish Norma's Alley and do it on the other side. So that's one of my goals in life before I go to the other side. Next slide, please. Oh, there it is right there. So I want on Park Street, that'd be so nice to match those two with Norma's Alleys. But anyway, next. This is what I want to do on Railroad Street. It's a unicycle kid with a unicycle that has a railroad wheel. And I've already done the artwork, and it's at my studio in Guadalajara, Mexico. But I'm excited about this idea going out eventually. Next. This is really a big deal to me right now is like, if you want to, like, the minute you come in, you never get a second chance at a first impression. And just having, when you come into Paso, something that's just awesome, that's powerful. And this is made with all that blue up there is stained glass panels, and it's backlit at night. And then it's really an interesting project that I'm excited about. I did throw a couple of grapevines and some grapes in the columns on the left, you can see, just to make sure that we know that there is a wine industry here. Okay, next. Oh, this is just one of my crazy things. I love doing, what are those things called?
Kaleidoscope.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I love building I love building kaleidoscopes. I'd love to see something fun, interactive for kids, people, families to come and see. I don't know how this fits in. I'm just throwing weird ideas out so you people know how weird I am. Next. This is just some samples of my work that I've done. I've done dolphins, bison. Next. Big, giant 10-foot dragonflies. That's at Barrel House. All sorts of stuff. Next. This is in Michigan. I did a project in St. Clair. I'm up now. I'm done. Next. Cayman Islands. It's over. Can we show the other two at least? Permission. I'm asking permission from the council to at least show the other ideas that I have for the increase to Paso Robles.
Go ahead, Dale.
Okay, thank you. So there's the first one that I came up with, and that acorn, I've given that copyright to Paso Robles. I've never done it formally, but I gave my word that the acorn angel is the oak leaves on the sides of the acorn there. And then next, this is a much more a mid-state fair kind of vibe, a little more Paso-ish. But and what I like about it is you can change the banners, and very easily. Now they go up there, it's a pain in the neck. But I would create a system, a pulley system, where you just like put the banner up like a flag, kind of moves across, you're done. For events, for like, the different things that are happening. Next. This is my favorite. It's crazy. 6 foot or 5 foot acorns with oak leaves. And it's just, I love that thing. It's just nuts, sitting up on top of it. And so that's the other one. So now, if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Questions for Dale Evers? Councilman Belcher.
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, Councilman
Thank you. So great ideas, always vivid and exciting. So thank you for sharing those. Those would still go back through Parks and Rec to be reviewed and then brought back to council. Is that how you see this happening?
Well, there's another problem. It's called money.
Sure.
But
welcome to everybody's world. Yes.
I'm not worried about the money. You bring good ideas, and if your heart's in the right place, the money always comes. It has for 40 years of my art career. Go ahead.
Thanks for bringing this.
That's what you had to say?
I just want to make sure that should that process be tweaked? Let me ask it that way. Is that the right process to bring it back to Parks and Rec?
Absolutely. I work with Angelica, and they're great. And the Parks and Rec and when I first went in there, they didn't know anything about art. I scared them to death. I freaked them out. Imagine that. And then the last time I went and met with Parks and Recs, they had their stuff together. And Wyatt has built this beautiful digital display of art in Paso Robles, like where all the cool stuff is. Even the little dog by the fountain there.
Right.
And all these things. So they've really gotten on top of the game, and I think the Parks and Rec have really grasped their challenge and what they need to do, and they're expanding on it, and they're anxious to learn more. In fact, they're coming over next week for tacos at my place.
Sounds good. Thanks again.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Brett?
And you already touched on what I was going to ask about, money.
Well, you're going to pay for it, sir.
Well, and my question was, do you have any suggestions on how we raise the money?
There's so many ways to raise money. it takes an effort though. I've raised money on my own. I did Norma's Alley on my own. I raised that money on my own. It was Hotel Cheval and the great landlord we have here. What's his name? He's an awesome guy. Nick Tompkins, good man. Oh. And those guys kicked in and I had to go begging them for money. And I'm not in this for money. I really just love doing art and I love Paso and I want to do this thing. So what did you ask me now about money, right? You asked me, where do you get the money? Oh, there's creative ways to get money. And it's just a matter of everybody getting together. If we come together as a team, we can do it. If the city gets on board and says, let's make these things happen, it'll happen. If they don't, it won't. It's just like, there's just power in numbers.
No, I understand. I'm former managing director of an art association in the Bay Area.
Really?
Yes.
Right on.
And but the cost, the amount of money is the real question.
I understand. I'm going to leave you with
this is not these are not cheap.
No, they're not cheap, but nothing's cheap. You get what you pay for in life.
Do you have a rough estimate on what this?
I'd like to leave you with a brochure concerning costs of these ideas.
That would be appreciated.
Is there any other council members that would like it?
Yeah, please, if you would, supplies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have they're $30 each, so I really love you guys a lot.
Well,
but anyway, thank you so much, you guys. You've been very kind to me, and I appreciate it.
Dale, you're homegrown artist here, and again, your expertise is welcomed. And again, we want to get through this. I think every city, iconic city that I can think of, has a gateway like this. And I think to have something of class, like you just mentioned, those different variants, that's something we can certainly work toward. I'd love to have staff start working with you again, go through the process, and we'll get there eventually.
Thank you, Mayor.
Look forward to talking with you personally.
Well, we got to have coffee.
We have to do that.
Nothing happens without coffee.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dale.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Dale.
Anyone else on public comment? Do we have anyone online, Mary?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll close public comment and move on to agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Watt?
Mayor, no items to be deferred tonight. I would like to note that the item through an addendum that was supposed to be under public hearings, item 1, that's going to be moved to discussion, and that'll become item 3 in your agenda. And that's just where it belongs on discussion as opposed to.
Right, it was misplaced on the agenda, and it should have been in discussion all along.
Correct.
Okay.
So nothing else is deferred this evening.
Very good. Move on then to overview of items on consent calendar. Mr. Huat.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we have 5 items on the consent calendar for consideration. The first is the approval of your March 4th, 2025 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is the receipt of advisory body minutes. This is for the Supplemental Sales Tax Committee that met back in November. Item number 3 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since our last meeting, we've had $1.9 million in checks issued. There have been 4 notable payments that exceed $100,000. The first is a payment to Best and Krieger for December attorney fees in the amount of $142,353.22. I always like to note that some of these fees are reimbursed through development projects and other matters, and not all of that is directly paid by the city. Item number 2 is a payment to Professional Meters, Inc. This is for our automatic water metering project. This comes out of the water fund in the amount of $107,725.13. Item number 3 is a payment to U.S. Bank. This is for water revenue bonds that were issued in 2019, again paid out of the water fund in the amount of $333,791.91. And finally, the last item is a payment to the El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. And this is part of their MOU payment for the current fiscal year in the amount of $111,000. Moving on, item number 4 is the approval of the First Amendment to the MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, with the San Luis Obispo County YMCA and the Paso Robles Unified School District for future facility development. This amendment would change the term of the agreement only. No other terms would change. Looking to do some additional work between now and the end of the calendar year. Item number 5 is the approval of a transportation impact fee credit agreement. This is related to improvements that were done in part related to the River Oaks 2 project. That concludes the consent calendar summary. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is warranted by a member of the council or the public, the item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately during discussion. Council members or public may ask questions for clarification, and that would not, of course, pull it for discussion later, but we can get the clarification through those without removing it. And individuals are approved by vote that approves consent calendar unless the item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled on a consideration on a consent will be heard at the end of the meeting. All right, first start off with any questions or pull anything from council members. Councilman Bausch.
So this is a confusing issue for some members of the public. So, Angelica, if I could ask you to come and explain the relationship between the Muni Pool, the school district, and the YMCA. Just a real short little explanation.
Angelica Fortin, Community Services Director. Municipal pool is operated by the city, but it's on district property. In 2023, the YMCA approached the school district and the city to determine if it would be feasible to build a full-service YMCA in the city, specifically at the municipal property and an adjacent school district-owned property. Because the school district is building their own pool, they feel that they won't have a use for the municipal pool site after that pool is built, and so they are currently conducting studies under the current MOU to see if that is feasible, if there's a want in the city for that type of service.
So it's just, again, collaboration between several different entities to make something good happen for the city. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was item 4. Anybody out? Any questions? I'll open up to the public. Anybody having any questions or would like to pull anything from consent calendar? Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and or direction.
So, Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to move that we approve items 1 through 5 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory and second by Councilman Bow. Actually, Strong, I think, was first on that, Chris. Any discussion? I'll call for the question, Mary.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. We have no public hearing. That item was then moved to discussion item number 3, so we'll go right on to discussion items. Number 1, renaming of the new Turtle Creek Park and Oak Creek Park. Angelica, do you have that for us?
I'm back. Do we have the slide mover? All right. Angelica Fortin, Community Services Director. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm here with the recommendation of renaming 2 parks. The first park I'm referring to is the new Turtle Creek Park. It is currently under construction as part of the Olson-Chandler Ranch Specific Plan, which was adopted by City Council in 2020. The park is expected to be completed during this calendar year and then dedicated to the city, becoming an official city park. The park will connect to the existing Royal Oak Meadows Park via trails and a rehabbed creek. It is considered a passive park with 4 publicly accessible pickleball courts, a restroom, and a picnic area. While the park is referred to as Turtle Creek Park throughout the Olson-Chandler Ranch Specific Plan, it has already caused confusion because there's already an existing Turtle Creek Park within the Sierra Bonita neighborhood along Turtle Creek Road and Brook Hill Drive. That existing park will also, it actually also connects to Royal Oak Meadows Park across Airport Road. That little red square you see on your screen, that is the site of the new park. So Royal Oak Meadows Park will effectively lie between the 2 parks. Renaming the new segment of park, which will exist alongside Parkview Lane and the rehabbed creek, will reduce confusion and allow the park to be accepted under its new name. Considering the issues associated with the current name of the park and the city's naming policy, which states that public facilities shall carry designations befitting their intended use, origin, and/or location, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee has recommended the park be renamed as Creekside Park. The second park being considered for renaming tonight is Oak Creek Park. This request is being made by the VFW Post 10965, who's here tonight, in commemoration of the 125th anniversary of the VFW, which is being celebrated this year, and in recognition of the many veterans that live in Paso Robles. Oak Creek Park is an existing park located on the east side of Creston Road along Cedarwood Drive. The Veterans Memorial Building and Senior Center buildings are located adjacent to the park with a prominent view of the park from the back of the buildings and shared patio. This is also a passive park with a walking trail and picnic benches throughout. Along with the renaming of the park, VFW Post 10965 is also interested in raising funds and exploring concepts for a Veterans Public Art Memorial at the park. If they are successful in raising funds and developing a concept, the concept will be brought forward to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and subsequently to City Council for consideration in line with the Paso Robles Arts and Public Places policy. VFW Post 10965 is aware that the park may be redeveloped in the future and will take this into consideration when developing a concept for the memorial. One area of interest for such a memorial is a vacant circular sandbox immediately behind the Veterans Memorial Building. And you can see that sandbox there in that photo. You can also see the back of the Veterans Memorial Building there. Due to safety issues, the playground in the sandbox was removed in 2022 with a limited budget and an active playground at the adjacent Sherwood Forest Park, approximately 400 feet from the vacant sandbox. There is currently no replacement plan in place. And if I go back, you can see Sherwood Park. Does this have a pointer? Sherwood Forest is here, and the vacant sandbox is there. The Park and Recreation Advisory Committee reviewed the request to rename Oak Creek Park at their February 2025 meeting and is recommending City Council rename the park as Veterans Park and support the VFW Post's efforts to explore the development of a concept for a Veterans Memorial art installation. This is in harmony with the city's naming policy based on location and the policy's prioritization of names which commemorate the culture and history of Paso Robles. Among your options tonight, we have resolutions that would allow you to rename one or both of the parks and or to establish the City Council ad hoc committee to consider the renaming request as per the naming policy. There are minimal impacts associated with renaming the parks and no fiscal impact related to supporting the VFW's efforts to explore the development of a memorial concept. Staff's recommendations tonight are to approve Resolution 25XXXA, renaming the new area of park currently referred to as Turtle Creek Park in the Olson-Chandler Ranch Specific Plan as Creekside Park, and to approve Resolution 25XXXB, renaming Oak Creek Park as Veterans Park and supporting the VFW Post's 10965's efforts to explore the development of a concept for a Veterans Memorial art installation at the park. Before I answer any questions, I would like to invite Post Commander Leo Castillo up to share a few words about their request.
Thank you. Leo, welcome.
Good evening. Leo Castillo, 421 Tanglewood Court, Paso Robles, California. Just about 1,200 feet from that park. Good evening, council, staff, and Mayor Hammond. I come before you tonight not just as a citizen of Paso Robles, but as a veteran of the and the post commander of VFW 10965. My reason for being here tonight is to express to you the importance of renaming Oak Creek Park as Veterans Park. For 125 years, the Veterans of Foreign Wars has been in existence. This monumental event has been recognized by cities around the nation, including you, and tonight, we as an organization and local post hope that you can help us continue to be a part of this historical change. Oak Creek Park, as you know, has been the home for the Veterans Memorial Building for many years. We recognize that the VFW is its own community. However, we are a subgroup of a much larger community that we call home. Paso Robles has been the home to military service members for the greater part of 70 years. Veterans retire here, veterans work here, veterans' children attend school here, veterans' children play here. Veterans, also, although a small group of people across the nation, make an impact. That impact should be recognized by their community. Moving forward, after the potentiality of changing the name of this 10-acre lot, is building an artistic monument on the park memorializing veterans' efforts. We have chosen an artist, Max Rudolph, who has done work for the local downtown Paso community, as well as the historic San Antonio Spanish Mission. The VFW isn't asking for money yet. However, we will be fundraising for this monument. We hope and we feel that his vision will match the efforts and help us memorialize our veteran heritage. This community represents a vast makeup of our locals, whether they are owners of businesses, leaders amongst us, teachers, law enforcement, medical professionals, winemakers, and members of our voting community. We are the community of Paso Robles. So tonight, we ask you as members of the community and representatives of veterans of this great nation that you vote yes on renaming Oak Creek Park to Veterans Park. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your support and service that you do to our community.
Thank you, Leo.
Pending any questions, I should.
Yeah, I had one question on Angelica, maybe Leo can answer. With regard to the name Veterans Park, don't we typically put Paso Robles Veterans Park in front, or is it just Veterans Park is what you're asking for at this point?
As long as you put the word veterans in there, I am fine with it, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just curious,
Paso Robles Veterans Park sounds great to me, too.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's recognizing people who served in our city and who live here now.
I am 100% on board, gentlemen. They're fine with it, too.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Leo.
Hey,
yeah, question?
Leo, just one more comment. I think you should go ask Rotary for a donation.
I will be at the next luncheon.
Good.
So, yes.
That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Here's another question that just came to my mind, just to throw it out to something to work on. Our city park, which has the most traffic, the most visibility, right? I believe we have something on the Spring Street side that recognizes the veterans or some sort of World War efforts. And it's been there forever. I mean, it's been there so long. We might want to rethink doing something that, like Dale Evers was talking about, some sort of a monument or statue, something small, but something that definitely catches people's eyes. I'm going to go look at that. And that's kind of what I'm thinking, just throwing it out. Another project.
I don't disagree. Unlike Dale Evers, I'm not asking for money yet.
I know. That all comes later. Thank you, Dale. Councilman Bausch.
Along those same lines, Commander Castillo, I seem to recall about 5, maybe 6 years ago, there was discussion when M16 was passed about allocating funds for War Memorial Stadium and redoing the Veterans Monument there as well, similar to what Mayor Hammond is talking about in the park. But I'm sure you're probably aware of that little monolith that's there, but it would be nice to consider that too.
We have all kinds of avenues for searching for funds, and we will continue to do so before we come back to you for extra help.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your work.
Too.
Thank you for your service.
You bet.
Thank you for your support.
One of council's goals this year is the reevaluation of the public art ordinance. So community services has been looking at that and also at opportunities for renewed art and additional art throughout our community. So we'll definitely keep that in mind.
Very good. Okay, that was questions of council. For finished, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public.
I was speaking with Shauna in the past about honoring Mr. Strong. I know he's been like, a pillar here at the city council. I've spoken to you directly, and I'm hoping as you're reevaluating that ordinance, we can get like a mural or a bust Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Anyone else?
Great response.
All right. Anyone online, Mary?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment, bring it back to council for direction and or action.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like, as the husband of a deceased Navy veteran of the Vietnam War, I would like to move that we approve Resolution 25XXXA, renaming the new area of park currently referred to as Turtle Creek Park in the Olson Chandler Ranch Specific Plan as Creekside Park, and approve Resolution 25XXB, renaming Oak Creek Park as Paso Robles Veterans Park, and support the VFW Post 10965's efforts to explore the development of a concept for a Veterans Memorial art installation at the park.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Strong, second by Deal. Any discussion on the items? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you, guys. All right, moving on to item 2, mid-year financial budget report update amendments for fiscal year 24-25. And sorry, we didn't get to you last time, Ryan, but you're on deck now, so thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Tonight, I have the opportunity to present to you the kind of the midway point of the fiscal year 24-25 and kind of give a financial update. It's been a few months since I've given a financial update, and so it is important to kind of revisit and look at some of our assumptions. And I'm just going to kind of give you kind of a preview too. You're going to kind of hear from me a lot over the next several months because we have some major infrastructure projects and financing packages that are going to be coming before City Council for approval, such as the South Vine Street Bridge that's going to have a financing package to it. We're also wrapping up the class and compensation study. And then that's going to lead into labor negotiations, which contracts end at the end of this calendar year. So you'll definitely be hearing a little bit more from me more frequently in the upcoming year. But for now, tonight's agenda, we kind of have 5 kind of major bullet points we're going to discuss. Obviously, the finances, kind of go over where we're at halfway through the year. I do want to discuss about the capital projects because we have a lot of capital projects that are on the books right now, a lot of good things being done. This is the I guess, groundbreaking ceremony for our new transparency software, Open Finance. And so it is live today. We do have all of our accounting transactions posted online, and we'll kind of go over a demonstration of what that looks like here in a little bit. We have 2 minor budget adjustments because the budget is fluid, and well, we'll discuss that later. And then lastly, this is when I'll probably get some other directors up here to help, but we'll kind of go over a status of City Council goals and strategic priorities, because really that's what this budget was set off to do, was to pretty much fund those strategic goals and priorities, or at least that's what the focus of city staff is. So jumping right on in with the general fund, we have budgeted revenues and projected revenues on the left-hand side, and budgeted expenditures and projected expenditures on the right-hand side. And as you can see, we had initially anticipated $55.7 million in general fund revenues for this fiscal year. It's coming in at $56 million, so we are right on the mark. It's not a lot of wiggle room. It's actually 100.5% of estimates. So yeah, the years of Ryan being like 2 or 3 or 4% over budget is not necessarily happening. I'll kind of dive into what's sticking and why we're not seeing the same revenue growth as we have in the last several years. But yeah, we're right on the mark when it comes to revenues. Now, that said, sales tax and TOT are coming in under. They're coming in right around 96% of original budget estimates. And we'll talk about that on the next slide. But we do have charges for services. That's a lot of the stuff that Warren and Warren's team does for development and permits. Those are kind of projecting to be 130% above original estimates. So that's kind of lifting up the shortfall in the other revenue areas. Expenditures, they're projecting to be at $63.6 million. That's actually a pretty good budget savings. It's right around 93% of budgeted appropriations. So we're seeing some good salary savings and some good operating expenses. But at the end of the year, we are still on track to meet our minimum reserve goals of 30%, and we're kind of tracking out 17.7%. If you recall, during the budget adoption, we were actually anticipating bringing those reserves down to 30%, and so we're about 4% kind of on the positive when it's all said and done. So what's going on with revenue? So this is the Bradley Bird sales tax piece of it. It's the actual revenues that we've received since 2012, and then what we're projecting over the next 3 years. And when I looked at this graph, one thing that stood out to me is I remember the Great Recession in 2008, 2009, and that was like a long recovery time, right? It seemed like revenues were really flat. You can kind of see it there in the 2012, 13, 14 numbers where they were just barely flat. Well, we're kind of running into that same issue right now too, where over the last 6 years and even in the next 3 years, we're projecting it really to be pretty leveled out. Obviously, there's different industry groups that are going ahead of others, but we're definitely seeing this flattening out. Now, we don't see it dipping, right? Even though in 25 we see a slight reduction, but we're not anticipating a recession where it's going to impact these figures significantly. At least not as of now. It's the same story on the TOT side as well. Yeah, we had the dip during COVID, but ever since 2022, we've been kind of hovering at that $10 million mark and just not being able to break over it. So for this year, we're actually under projected on this one as well. We're not going to project to be over $10 million this year. Now, in 2026, when we did the budget, we anticipated both the hotels coming online. Now it looks like only one of the two is going to be coming online, at least impacting the 26 fiscal year. And so definitely in the springtime when we come up with the next fiscal year's update, we're going to be adjusting this revenue assumption down because of the timing of the construction of those hotels. But like I was saying, the positive side, the charges for services, we're already exceeding 2024 amounts, I think, is when I last figured. So even though we're 3/4 of the way through the year, we've already exceeded 2024 numbers, and we anticipate that incurring in the immediate future as Olson South Chandler and Beechwood get built out. There's really no surprises, at least for me on the expenditure side. So on the left-hand side, it's budget and actuals, or I'm sorry, budget and projected by department, and then what that actually breaks down to on the right-hand side. One thing you'll see is police is always at 100% of appropriations for the most part, because this doesn't include Measure J20. Measure J20 expenditures are shown different or outside of this, and so that's how the department gets supplemented, is through those revenues. We have some significant budget savings in public works and community development. Those are pretty much from vacant and budgeted positions in those departments. So moving on to capital improvement projects, we have $131.5 million in capital improvements programmed and ready to go. Now, some of that is unsecured funding. We have like the first one up there is South Vine Street, right? That does take debt financing. It's not like we're paying cash for that, but these are what we're projected to do over the next handful of years. So I put them in sequential order of Florida's budget, so you'll kind of see the bigger ticket items that are kind of on the horizon. In what we anticipate in the near future. The Highway 46 East overcrossing, that's the TSIP. We're going to talk about that a little bit when we get to the City Council goals and strategic priorities. So that's moving forward. Same with the Highway 46 West roundabouts. Even though the city is kind of the lead agency on that project, it is funded solely by a SLOCOG grant, and so we're working our way through for that one. The EDA fiber project, it's nearly complete. We're working off the consultant to get some a request for proposal out to the streets for some potential ISPs. Any questions on this list? No. So with the renewal of I-24, we really are re-looking at the street maintenance program and how we can make it better for the next 5, 10, 15 years and utilize, be as effective and impactful with the money that we have. As of right now, on the street side, we do have 15 projects budgeted, $50 million appropriated. 12 of that is under contract, so we are expending money. There was and to supplemental sales tax, there was a concern that we weren't spending the money fast enough, right? And so we started pulling up, like, we have dollars under contract, they're just waiting to actually construct. And so sometimes we have delays that are, unforeseeable, but we are planning on spending. Last quarterly report, we appropriated $4 million of unappropriated J20 reserves. That's going to some west side streets. So those are currently underway. And then with the passage of I-24, we have now added 5 additional street maintenance personnel on just our in-house crew. And that's going to be another emphasis in the next 5 years, is to get that in-house crew to do more alleyways and some other areas that we haven't done in the past. On Measure J20 on the police department side, we have some really good news here. We've actually spent about $1.5 million of actual dollars towards the police department, but the vast majority is going to police officers. We currently have 20 officers authorized out of J20. 9 of them are on patrol now. We have 6 more that are working their way through the academy. We anticipate 4 graduating fairly soon, and then 2 more in June time. So that really leaves us with 5 unfilled positions. So we've actually made really, really good progress with the recruitments of police officers. Now, we still have a couple sergeants that we need to fill, so the plan is to promote within the ranks, and so we don't anticipate that number going away anytime soon, but we're definitely going to continue to recruit and keep those positions open and vacant. One other thing I want to point out is about halfway down that slide, there's the hiring incentive. We did have 2 additional or 1 additional officer qualify for that, and so that's being represented there in that payment. For fire and emergency services on the J20 side, they've expended about $2.2 million. Again, this is over and beyond what the general fund contributes towards these services. And as you can see here, the vast majority goes to firefighters that were originally onboarded during the SAFER grant time period. We do have all of the ranks, or the captains, the training officer, and the admin captain filled, and so that was another city council goal and strategic priority, and the training that it kind of comes with it. And we'll talk a little bit more of that in here in a few minutes. Okay, so if this wasn't a 2024-25 city council goal, but it was one of the city council goals from a couple years ago, and it was just to have open and transparent financials, have real time for anybody, any community member to go out and see. And so I want to just kind of demonstrate it. It is live right now. Get it switched over to that. Yeah. So this is our city website, and if we just go to government and to administrative services, this is kind of our landing pages, and then under finance, we have financial reports. So if again, this is live, this is currently what's going on there, and then we have this whole financial transparency kind of blurb, and then here's the link right there. So not only do we have the link to this transparency software, we also have links to all of the previous quarterly reports that I present for council kind of in this one area. So when we click on this, this is the new landing page here for the transparency software, and it's very high level, and it allows you to drill down as far into detail as you would like. So if we're going to talk about revenues real quick, it'll break down revenues by each fund. So capital projects, general fund. And what this is the gray line is kind of the budgeted, what we budgeted for. The green line is actuals. So the only thing this transparency software tool is missing is Ryan's future projections for the remaining of the year. And so, but this will give you the real time revenues, say for the water fund, and it breaks it down by charges for services, interest. And then you can even drill down even further of, okay, is it the sales, the flat fees, penalties, and the like. It's the same thing with expenditures. All the expenditures are here. If someone was interested in, say, let's go to airport fund. expenditures, here's kind of how it breaks down. We do eventually will have the ability to put in multiple years. And so if you want to go back in a couple of years and see what actually happened, you're going to be able to do that too. And so something like this right here, that means that the revenues exceeded the budgeted amounts. So this is all live. This is all for anybody to go out there and play around and mess around with.
This is great. I mean, I've been asking for this since Jen Troop's days and as in your position, and this is a great tool. Councilman Vouch.
Thank you. I agree. In anticipation of the March 4th meeting, I was describing this at our community or advisory body meetings. There was a lot of excitement for this kind of a tool. So Mayor Hammond's not alone. There's a lot of folks looking for this and learning how to use it. One comment. So if you could click back on any of those, I want to ask you just a suggestion. So if I click on Capital Projects Fund, I get the amounts. What if I don't know what a capital projects fund is? Is there a way for you to define that?
Yep. Typically for our budget book, we do have a glossary in the back, but yeah,
Sure.
they'll do. We can put that in there. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions real quick? Chris, Bill?
Just a comment. Should I wait for comments or can I just go now?
Yeah, if you, yeah.
It's okay. It's great job, Brian. I actually really appreciate this. I'm glad the city invested into this system. You know, based on some of the feedback and the conversations and the questions that I get, having an easy landing page where I can both look something up and communicate it or direct somebody to it makes my job easier. I think a lot of times people don't want to go onto the website because they don't know where to find what they want to find. And so having, you know, this with the budget in brief and the updates, I think it's brilliant and great job.
Yeah, it's a very unique program. It actually, it's an extension of our current accounting software system. And so all of the uploading is done automatically overnight. And so it is overnight. So that's when it updates. It updates every. There's even a warrant register component to this too. So just like we put it on city council meetings, you're going to be able to go to there and actually see a whole listing of a warrant register rather than just the last 2 weeks worth.
So this is a perpetual budget, all the time, full time.
So this is just for fiscal years. So at the next fiscal year, it'll reset, but it will keep the history.
It updates it daily.
It does keep it, yeah, updates it daily.
Very nice.
Now,
I like it.
And then just one quick little thing too, right? There is a difference between this platform and when we get to financial reporting, because there are audit adjustments and accounting, adjustments that might not be captured here. So just because we might have an expenditure here, when it's all said and done, there could be some variance. I just want to make sure that people understand there's still context that when you're diving into this information, you need to understand kind of a bigger picture. Don't just assume. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out. Okay. I do have still part of the regular presentation. So here are our budget and personnel amendments. The first one has to do with SB 1090. That was the funds that we received from the potential closure of Diablo back in 2019, somewhere right around there. And so we have dollars already in hand during this last budget report. We were intended to appropriate all of the remaining dollars out of those funds for the economic strategic plan, and we've left it off. So there is $225,000 of unappropriated SB 1090 funds that we're formally appropriating tonight so that we can continue to implement this economic strategic plan. The second adjustment has to do with our city clerk position. As I was saying to you earlier, we are in the middle of our class and compensation study. So this has taken a really deep dive of our market analysis of our comparator agencies and how much each position is being paid. Our preliminary results showed this position significantly out of whack, up to the tune of over 22% behind market. And so this was a higher priority to get ahead of now. And so we're making this request adjustment now midway through the fiscal year. And then lastly, we just wanted to provide an opportunity to go over all the city council goals and strategic priorities. I really don't want to have to go read all the status updates. They are part of attachment 5 in your staff report, but I am happy to go over any of the projects that you have questions with. Like I said, we're wrapping up on Measure E12 projects. We're actually looking forward now on what the road maintenance program is going to look like in the future. And it's going to be, I think, a little bit more different, or it's going to be different, and it'll be a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more fluid. So I think the community will appreciate the thought process that we're putting in behind our road program. The Southline Street Bridge and Road is actually already out to bid today. So I think the bid packages are due back in the middle of April. So that's coming down the pike very, very soon. In fact, we have, I think, that City Council 221 scheduled to kind of go over the overall financing packages and what it looks like and all the kind of the details there. We did submit the TSIP grant for Highway 46 overcrossing. We did that back in November time, so that goal has been accomplished. You got a pretty good update on the airport earlier this evening. The landfill annexation is moving forward. I did touch base with Adam Spalding on that more recently. And I think we're just working on some environmental work and some details with the county and Texas annexations. The streetlight master plan, that project's kind of on hold while we're evaluating that project, the feasibility of that project. So, but if you have any questions there, I could.
Street lighting was where we were going to take them over from PG&E.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering. We haven't heard much about that, so it's kind of been on hold, then you said.
Yeah.
Mayor, yeah, I can answer that one. So we did hire a firm. They did do an audit of the streetlight system. At this point in time, we're doing some additional research in consultation with the city attorney's office on what those next steps look like in terms of proceeding with the project. There's nuance and detail into that. We want to make sure that we're not getting over our skis, so to speak, in the process. So I would expect we'll have an update for you probably before the start of the next fiscal year, but we're doing some in-depth analysis right now.
Okay. And then, Ryan, basically what I'm seeing here on the resolution is that you're asking to have budget amendments, totaling $225,000 coming from the Economic Vitality Fund to fund the components of the strategic plan that you're asking for, essentially. Right. Okay. Questions then? Any further from council? We'll open it up then to the public for comment. Any public comment on this item? Yeah, Tony. Welcome.
Yes, hello, Tony Gaspar. I am very passionate about our night skies in Paso Robles, and I'm very happy with the updated codes and zoning codes, which have really made some vast improvements with our lighting situation and lighting codes here in Paso Robles. I would really encourage the city and council to move very carefully with the street lighting project because street lights are the #1 cause of light pollution in any municipality. So I just really want to encourage the city to move carefully, and I will be offering my services and our Dark Sky organization to help with anything that you need. So thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, it's a fine line between safety and keeping a dark sky for us so to see the stars. So
absolutely, yeah. It's a delicate balance, but it can be done very successfully if just done thoughtfully.
Hope you don't mind our park lighting, though. I mean, take that out.
It looks beautiful, and really that type of lighting is very low intensity.
Yeah.
So even though it's very impactful, it actually is done in a way that is not actually causing a lot of night glare. So thank you for caring.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for a direction and a discussion, whatever.
Yep. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the resolution.
No, this
is for adjustment
resolution.
To budget. Yeah. Approve resolution 25XXX, amending the budget appropriations and the master pay schedule as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, Mary, call for the question, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ryan, for the report.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're back on the revised schedule here. Item 3 is receipt of warrant register, and then back to discussion item. We had adoption of the mitigated negative deck for Niblick Road Complete and Sustainable Bike Pedestrian Enhancements for Project P25-0012. And Katie, you have that for us?
Thank you, Mayor Hannon. As you stated, this is adoption of the environmental documents for the Niblick Road Pedestrian and Bicycle Improvements Project. So Niblick Road, we all know and love well. It's one of our busiest corridors. There's basically 3 east-west corridors in the city, and Niblick has the highest traffic volumes. About 30,000 vehicles travel per day over the Niblick Bridge. It's also one of our highest traffic incident corridors. There were 4 bicycle collisions on Niblick in the last 4 years. Of course, there's also multiple multifamily schools and shopping centers that use Niblick Road for access. There's also several deficiencies within Niblick Road for pedestrians. One glaring issue is there's almost a half-mile sidewalk gap between Rambouillet and Creston Road. This is, of course, near the high school, and there's lots of pedestrian traffic both before and after school along Niblick Road. So pedestrians, and cyclists, despite the fact that they are a relatively small small share of trips, nationwide, they actually account for a really large number of traffic fatalities, almost 20% nationwide. There's some numbers there about incidents that happen for pedestrians. As we try to encourage folks to be pedestrians and cyclists, we want to make sure that they can do that safely. And so that is what this project is really focused on. So back in 2018, the previous city engineer, Dave Athey, sought a grant from Caltrans. He received about $200,000 to do a planning effort for Niblick Road. There were a number of public outreach events, and from all of that public input that was provided to the city, 3 alternatives were prepared. Those were presented to the council in 2020, and so at that time, the council selected an alternative that would have a 10-foot wide biking and pedestrian path on the north side of Niblick Road. After council selected their preferred alternative, staff sought grant funding in order to make the project happen. The city was awarded almost $14 million from Caltrans in 2022 for the project. Staff has been working with Stantec to prepare planning approval and environmental documents, and so those are now ready, and both the plan lines, the engineering plan lines, and some design concepts were presented in an open house back in December. After that meeting, the mitigated negative declaration was circulated to the public. We did receive some comments on that. And then last month, the project went to Planning Commission, who did recommend that the council adopt the MND. They also had some comments about design of the project, especially the design palette that is proposed, not so much about the design of the project as in the 10-foot path, but more about the kind of urban design elements that we'll take a look at this evening if the council would like to do that. So this is just 2 little snippets. Obviously, there's plans for the entire corridor all the way from Spring Street to Creston Road. The top image is what the council adopted in 2020. So there were some colorized images that gave some really broad concepts. You can see in blue, there's a 10-foot path that would be separated from traffic by elevation. There's a 6-inch curb, and then some other design concepts that the council adopted at that time. So as the previous slide explained, we've gone through a lot more design. There's some refined plans. That's what you see at the bottom. So you can see the same detached path is being proposed, and that is carried out throughout the whole corridor from Spring to Creston Road. So we now have the planning approval and environmental documents. I think already more or less gone over that, so we'll keep moving. As I said before, we did receive some public comments regarding the mitigated negative declaration. There were some concerns about how pedestrians and bikes will leave the project at the ends, especially at Spring and Niblick. Some concerns about maintenance. There were also concerns about traffic and the design of the fence and some of the other improvements. Also, several comments about the Spring Street downtown gateway and whether or not it was exactly what we wanted to, what the gateway feature that we really wanted for our one of the busiest gateways to the city. There is in the mitigated negative declaration responses to all of those comments. The mitigated negative declaration doesn't address the merits of the project. It just addresses the environmental impact. And so while the comments are certainly for the council's consideration, they aren't really CEQA issues. And so that's addressed in the mitigated negative declaration as well. There are mitigation measures presented in the document in front of you this evening. There are some minor environmental impacts expected from construction of the project, and so those will be mitigated through a number of measures that are included in the draft resolution. The most important thing that the council should consider this evening is the mitigated negative declaration. To stay on target with the grant and the funding that we have received from Caltrans, we need to make sure that the environmental documents are adopted this month. And so I think that's important to keep in mind this evening. So the first option for the council would be to take no action. It does have the risk of losing that grant funding, and so staff is not recommending that option. Second would be to adopt the mitigated negative declaration for the project, which would keep the project moving forward in conformance with what the council wanted to see happen on the corridor in 2020. Option 3 would be to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, but also to give staff feedback on the design characteristics. I've got a number of slides after this to discuss all the, what Stantec has presented and some ideas that are not necessarily final ideas. So option 3 would be to adopt the MND, but then also discuss the design. And then if the council feels like they need more information, you could certainly refer it back to staff for us to provide you more information. Staff's recommendation, as I said, is to adopt that MND, but we are also seeking guidance on the design elements. And if you feel that additional work is needed, I think it's important for us to discuss who exactly should be kind of steering those decisions. Potentially a subcommittee of the Planning Commission or council could provide alternative direction. I don't know whether or not the council would prefer to address the MND specifically first and then move on to design, or if you'd like to see the whole presentation as a whole, we could jump into the design slides at your preference.
Okay, I would like to see kind of the design, because that's really what's going to come down to, and I think the most public comment will be coming from that as well. So would you mind?
Bet. The environmental document does not put those design elements into stone. It really is just about the kind of setting the extent of the project. Just want to make sure that that's clear.
And that's what you're basically asking tonight, is just to approve the mitigated.
That's correct. We know that there are some concerns about the design. Planning Commission, expressed some concerns. We've had some comments from the public where, we're not sure where council lies with, the opinions we've received from others. So looking for that feedback. But most important this evening is to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, which will set in stone that this project is that 10-foot path, and it analyzes the environmental impacts of the construction of the project.
Okay. So I'd like to, kind of get an overview of what we're going to be looking at as far as the design. Then we'll come back to this question as far as the med deck. So thank you.
You bet. So design options. So this is an overview of the project. As I said before, the project does go from Spring Street all the way to Creston Road. And so there's some features as we move along. Along most of the corridor, the staff is recommending a protective fence, a barrier, because the 10-foot path will be right up against traffic. And so there won't be much of a buffer between the 10-foot path and traffic. So you'll see some design elements for some different fence ideas. the gateway at Spring Street. There's a number of options that were provided there. There's some bus stop improvements and also some open space, some interaction with open spaces as you move along the corridor. So at Spring Street, the Stantec has created some ideas for welcoming folks into our community. They're relatively playful as we enter the city. So here's just a general look. There's actually, I think there's 10 options within this option that's in the agenda packet. I've just put a few here. So we've got 1A at the top. Similarly, there's option 2A. There's an option where the yellow color is incorporated, and then a really fanciful scrolling option there at 5A. As I said, I think there's a total of 10 options that show different ways to say downtown as we travel into the downtown. So that's just a quick summary of a few of them. Here's a completely different option. There's a big post there on the left side that would be added to say downtown. Go straight for downtown. If you want to go on the Niblick Bike Corridor, you would go to the right, and there's a smaller sign there on the right with this kind of winged feather structure there on the right as well. So this would be another completely different option. So this is the bike path gateway. We really only have one option shown here. As I said, there's kind of the feathered structure there to show that there's something new and exciting here for pedestrians and cyclists. The same feather structure is also incorporated throughout the corridor. Here it is at Paso Robles High School at the bus stop. So at the different bus stops, the same structure is proposed to shade folks waiting for buses. There are some different options for barriers. This was the option that was shown at the open house. The intent is for the barrier to look like acorns, and then there would be a pole going across to block traffic from being able to injure cyclists and pedestrians using the corridor. As an alternative, the Stantec prepared this barrier option. They called it a panel fence. So different colors could be used, cabling. So that would be another potential option for that fence. This is an element that was shown for the River Rock right now. This is just to the west of Wendy's. There's a place where you can enter the Riverwalk, but it's actually quite eroded, and it doesn't really celebrate the Riverwalk. There's a lot of important work that was done down on the Riverwalk several years ago, and of course, we're looking to continue the Riverwalk to the north up on North River Road. And so this is an opportunity to celebrate that Riverwalk and create a much more inviting entry to that path. There is a stormwater basin at Appaloosa Drive. It seemed like there's a wall there that kind of blocks line of sight for folks exiting Appaloosa, and so staff felt like this might be an opportunity site to provide a nicer bus stop for folks at the leaving the high school, potentially a place for high school students to sit while they wait for a ride, and to open that site up for sight distance as well. So here's some concepts for Paso Robles High School. This would incorporate the high school's colors, the crimson and white colors, and would provide a nicer interface for students and protect them as well with the barrier fences. There are a number of walls on Niblick Road that they have some issues. They're not necessarily structurally sound, and they're also not the most attractive feature as you go along the Niblick corridor. So Stantec has provided some images, some ideas of how we might put features in front of those walls to beautify them and make the corridor more inviting for pedestrians and more attractive for travelers in general. At Creston Road, they have recommended an option of putting another large obelisk that announces the Niblick Road corridor. And you can see again that feathered structure is there on the left as another option. I believe that is the last slide that is showing those design options. So that's the Stantec's kind of general and staff's recommendation for design elements, but we're definitely looking for feedback.
Are you finished?
I am, thank you.
Okay, very good, Katie. Questions, go ahead.
So several questions for you, Katie. So can we go back to option 3? of your, of what to approve for tonight, those options.
Oh, sure.
And start there.
Yeah, I don't know.
So option 3 would be approving option 2, but with additional feedback for design options and indicate any features and desires to see in the final design for the project, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so has your department or Warren come up with an idea of how to work with the design changes or requests?
We've definitely bandied around some ideas. One thought was that we might create a subcommittee of the Planning Commission that had regular membership. That was one idea. You know, there's certainly the kind of the sky's the limit if you think a different group or a different body would be more appropriate.
So just as a question, I saw an option 11, 12, and 13 earlier this evening that I'd like to put in as the entryway to Spring Street, just because I think it was more of a Paso Robles look. But those are the things that I think that are important. I think well, I won't say anything more about that, but that's one of the questions. Can we introduce more options? And then the other question would be on the overall design of the bike path. Seems really good, the walkway. I'm just concerned about the railing. So I'd like to ask if there's any other options, or if not, that's something we have to go back to option 3 on. And then at Appaloosa and Niblick, is there a way to create more of a, I see a lot of kids hanging around there. Is there a way to incorporate more of a park setting for that basin as part of this?
I'll defer to Ms. Berman. That is an active stormwater basin, and so there were some concerns. We wanted to make it welcoming to some degree, but we didn't want it to be too welcoming because of the long-term function of the basin.
It does fill up. What's wrong? So tall water booties isn't enough.
It would be a lovely site for a park, but I think it has some limitations.
So maybe up out of the basin or something. I don't know. What do you have in mind?
I think the idea is to beautify it and allow it to be compatible with its function, which is as a drainage basin, but perhaps adding some landscape elements like boulders or other natural features that could provide that seating and other things that we'd like to achieve, but without compromising the function. And we don't want to install anything that will decay with water.
So having a design option at the street level, seating facing both the street and the basin would be okay, just not going into the basin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll save my comments for later. Thank you.
Fred, anything? Yeah, I'm sure you saw the Dale Evers presentation tonight, which projected some interesting things into some of these same areas, but I'm not sure they're really compatible. I was wondering if it's possible to run some of these ideas past Dale himself to see if what he thinks of compatibility and any suggestions he might make for consideration.
Staff is definitely looking for, we want to understand what council wants to see as far as review of the design elements. So if that is your desire, certainly.
I think maybe a combination of the two might work very well, or going one way or the other. But I can't see that we can do both independently and make it work.
Councilmember Strong, maybe if I could add to another option, maybe to have our engineering team that's working on the project look at the concepts that were submitted tonight in kind of the spirit of the design elements that were presented. Obviously, going over roadways and adjacent to roadways, we have to be concerned about structural integrity and a lot of other elements.
And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some of the design, strictly the artistic elements.
If there's a preference or a direction from the council to look at those design elements, we can take those back to the engineering team that's working on this as one potential. We could also look at some other options as well. In whatever group the council would like to potentially task with this, we can definitely bring back some options and noodle around and then bring back some recommendations to you all, right. if that's acceptable to the council.
That was my concern. I'm seeing two totally separate ideas that don't seem to be compatible, but both of them have elements that are terrific.
And just so we're clear, the only item you're taking action on tonight is the M&D. This is just to give some general direction to staff on things to think
And
about
no,
before
I
it
do
comes back
understand.
before you guys.
That's why I made it a question. Can we do this?
Okay, let me open it up then to the public real quick.
One more question.
I'm sorry.
And we got one over here.
Okay, I didn't see any hands. Go ahead, Chris.
Gregory's in the way. He leans forward.
Yeah, he kind of blocks you.
Great presentation. Thank you very much. I'm not in any particular order, but I've gotten quite a few comments from people, my neighbors in the area. Describe to me how that 10-foot path works. There's a lot of concern from folks that live on Nib Lake that they're going to have their front yards encroached. And I'm assuring them that's not going to happen. That's going to somehow be done all in the roadway. Am I?
That is correct. It's
Okay.
essentially taking the existing sidewalk and the existing bike lane and elevating the bike lane so that it's a path off to the side. But no, the project does not anticipate any encroachment or right-of-way acquisition.
Okay, great. Along those same lines, I'm not casting stones or dispersions, but there's a lot of angst, especially with the unfortunate pedestrian accident to our neighbor in the south. When the Almond Acres traffic is active in the morning and the afternoon, driveways are being blocked, both on the eastbound and the westbound. People take up the center turn median, waiting their turn to turn into Almond Acres. Then there's the secondary set of traffic that overflows onto Rosemary and Country Club. Those become de facto parking lots, it appears. The double parking, the pedestrians that cross all over. I'm afraid there's going to be some kind of an issue there. I don't know that this is the right time to consider those, but certainly the turn access and blocking driveways, things like that, if those can be considered. I think they were brought up during the open house. I didn't really see a whole lot of discussion here tonight. The wall art, anything with the vertical columns, it's going to be conducive to graffiti. It's going to be very hard to clean or remove or do any kind of graffiti eradication if those panels aren't very easily removed in order they can be painted behind. They're not a big fan of the vertical signage, so I think that kind of comes back to the Dale Evers concept and collaboration. If we can, I'll side with Councilmember Gregory. I think that's an excellent idea to bring that back. I was a lot more excited about Dale's version, if that's possible. I don't know, but it was certainly. I think, if I remember right from the open house, the wall art is to help mitigate those uneven and dissimilar walls that are east of Appaloosa and west of the high school.
They're definitely intended to be decorative. They have no structural
Right, they're just going to deflect from the hodgepodge that's there now. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Good. Councilman Beal.
Thanks for the presentation. This is a little mind-boggling to me. I mean, what process do you usually go through when sort of narrowing down design options? Because for me, I can wake up one day and have a completely different opinion of what I think some of these, like what elements I think are the best. And this is very important. It's like the gateway to the city, it's Niblick. These are some big decisions, and I'm a little worried who should be making them.
Sure. I can't speak to other, previous processes. Perhaps Frida or Adidas could. For this particular project, the staff has been working with Stantec, the consultant, for about 2 years on design elements, and we narrowed it down to, there's a group of staff from different departments that narrowed it down to our preferred option. As we've presented it to the public, we've gotten some pushback, so we're looking for guidance. We're not quite sure how to proceed. We've got our preferred option, but that may or may not be council's pleasure.
Okay. Fred, you okay? Katie, my questions was that I know we've been working a long time with the service club sign that we were trying to locate at like First and Spring, and then over on 24th, and then also on 36th Street in Spring. I'd like to make sure that we get that somehow connected, Warren, that we can try to get at least this first one done somehow, and also tailor it, not maybe with the design that we've had so far. You know, we all have those renderings and everything's kind of set up equally to our gateway. When you come off the highway there from the south, you see that monument sign. That's a similar kind of look, but maybe we might be able to tailor it with something along the lines that would happen here too.
You had brought up the service club sign in the last budget process, and it was programmed not for this fiscal year, but the design for the next fiscal year.
Okay.
So it is already in the works. Well, it's planned, it's budgeted. So yeah, we can obviously and intentionally, you know, make sure it's complementary to whatever we do here.
Yeah, whatever we decide to do in this plan, that we can at least maybe tailor it for this entrance. They don't have to be all the same look, but I mean, it would be complementary to kind of do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I also like the fact that we're doing something with those walls, those sound walls along Niblick. I mean, it's going to be important, I think, to brighten things up and change it up a little bit. But I'm good right now for my questions. If everybody's good on council, I'm going to want to open it up to the public then and get back to us later. So anyone, like Larry, you'd like to come on up and talk about public comment on this item?
Good evening, Larry Werner, 741 Orchard Drive. I'm really excited to see this coming together. It's been a fairly long haul, but it's been a good approach to getting feedback, and we had those get-togethers out on Niblick and talked about all the various issues. I'm really glad that round fence on Appaloosa, because when you come out and you try to look to the left,
right.
I did that tonight. I'm going, holy cow.
Yeah.
I hope that's getting fixed, and I'm glad that it is. I also like the idea of collaborating with Dale Evers, because I like what he was presenting. And it might get some funding for it, so that would be good. Yeah, I don't ride my bike on Niblick very much. Just, it's too scary. So I'm really excited that it's going to be improved. The one question I have is what are we looking at in terms of timing? Are we at the conceptual plan stage now, or are we going to have more input, or is it going to go on to go out to bid?
Chris, would you like to answer that question?
Mayor, and Ms. Esperanza may want to chime in too, but the way the funding through the grant is provided to the city is we're in the environmental phase right now. The next phase that we're going to get money for through an additional allocation from the state would be design. And then I think we're 2 years out from getting construction dollars. So the state is giving this money out in tranches. We don't get it all at once. So the design component of this project is not finalized. Tonight is really focused on environmental. So we have some time and some room to do some more legwork on the renderings that were shown tonight. So those don't have to be final tonight. Those we can work in relatively short time frame to get something back to the council. We don't want to wait too long because we do have to continue to move through the phases to make sure that we're staying on a reasonable timeline for the state to get us the money. But we're a ways off, at least at this point, on the construction. We're not out to bid next week or anything.
Perfect. Okay, good. I'm excited. It's just going to be huge. And that is a very, very important corridor, has been presented to you guys, especially for the schools and, safety and things like that. So, especially with all the new construction of homes up there, that's going to increase the traffic on Niblick. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. Welcome.
Gloria Fama, Dorothy Street. Put my 2 cents in. So the priority, I believe, should be the functionality and safety of the walkways and bikeways, hands down. And then I would really personally love to see an archway. That welcoming, artistically designed, that looked great. And that would be a plus for the community, for everybody. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Anyone online, Mary?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back to council for questions. Katie, I had one I'd like to ask. I know when we first started talking about this, and Larry triggered it in my mind, was the bicycles on the eastbound lane of Niblick Bridge. I don't believe do we have a space over there for bike path or any kind of class 1, class 2?
Yes, there is an existing bike lane and it would remain on the east side. I think it would become a little bit more continuous. There's a few places, gaps, especially near the Woodlands, the Walmart and Albertson Center. There's some gaps in the bike lane through that, that stretch. And so I think those would get completed a bit. But on the eastbound, on that south side of Niblick, you would have a continuous bike lane, and sidewalk would be improved. Not the whole length, unfortunately, but most of the length.
Good. Any other questions for Tom Gregory?
So, Katie, while you're up there, so basically the north side is for those of us elderly and sometimes clumsy riders to feel safe while we're riding in traffic. So that's kind of what
And for westbound traffic as well, there won't be a bike lane that's off of the path for westbound cyclists. So.
Yeah, and that's an open combination of pedestrians and bicycles,
correct.
Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I'd like to make some comments. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'll just make it, I don't want to be blunt because it's important to get things done. So I think the wall decorations need some improvement, but I think it's a good idea. The railing, I think we need to come up with something better and functional. And no offense to the design company who designed these. And then I think one thing that's really important to me is I like some of the concepts, but these large, bulky brick signs would pay for a lot of a banner sign like Mr. Evers showed us, whatever design that is, because to me, that's more Paso Robles. When you come in and it's beautiful, you get that first impression, and I have no negativity about the design that was presented. But we take a lot of those elements out of that and put it into something that's really special, the rotary signs and things like that, and keep your money and cost in good, nice-looking railing and a sign that really welcomes people. And, I saw some new signs from Dale tonight that were really, really quite good. And so I think, and then the other item on that is how do we present that, or who do we go to get that? And I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. I think DRC needs to start with it, bring it to the Planning Commission, then bring to the council. So and then I don't know how you work that mechanism for design in, but I'd like to see the design stay more simple and accommodation, art, yeah. And having a local, just give Dale one piece of the design. Don't get him involved in the railings, but the railings are getting better. The second round looks a little better, but I think that's something that's important to me and I think to the community, because we're going to spend this money on this. We want to make it look good and be healthy and strong. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Fred?
Are we in that final phase now?
Yes, if you want to make comments.
Actually, I'm prepared to make a motion because I think we've given them feedback.
I'd like to give a little more talk too. I'm not quite ready for a motion.
All right,
yet,
okay.
But, Chris, you okay? Mr. Bausch, do you have any questions further?
I'll echo Councilmember Gregory with trying to find a combination of art and functionality. I think that's a really good point, and including the railings, and the wall accents. I'm just. I'm not sure if it's too modern or what, but the presentations that we saw during Katie's presentation, none of those really excite me. And I heard the similar comments during the open house.
Yeah, I had a hard time finding that's Paso Robles flavor myself. Yeah. I'm looking at. So
thank you.
But I think that's what I was going to ask Warren. As far as getting this moving forward, I don't have a problem at all with the deck at all, but getting the design further down the road, so to speak. And I think, again, maybe bringing it back to the Planning Commission as an ad hoc group, maybe even DRC, but someone where they can refine and also bring in like Evers and get him to refine his design, pull that into the whole plan, for this whole corridor. I think it's kind of important, but I think we definitely want to see, and I think more public viewing of what they come upon would be good. How would you suggest moving on something like that?
Yeah, so ComDev could work with Public Works, City Manager's Office to come up with some sort of steering design committee. Probably will include members of the Planning Commission and create some sort of public process where we can hear from the public as well as local artists, get their input, and then come back with a refined design based on what we're hearing tonight for the council to take a second look at it.
Maybe a public workshop on the whole thing as we get it closer for review. Okay. And again, that's not too important as far as what we have before us tonight, I guess. What you're looking for is, before us, but that I don't want to get off track with regard to the money coming in on that track. You got to keep things moving or else you kind of lose. So, okay, I'm good. So,
Chris want to say anything?
No, she said she's fine. Councilman Strong, you have
Yes, and I think we're using option 2.
Yeah.
But in the spirit of option 2, I move that we adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, SCH 2024120426, for the Niblick Road Complete and Sustainable Bike and Pedestrian Enhancement Project, which would establish the maximum physical extent of the project as analyzed in the mitigated negative declaration.
So I'll second it. I'll second it with option 3, or number 3.
That's already
So
included.
the motion is to approve the neg deck. You've already provided feedback.
Okay.
To
All right.
the
Okay,
staff.
so
Did you want
two's enough for staff.
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion by Strong, second by Gregory, and a discussion on the item. Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very well done. Thank you. Brings us now then to City Manager Report. Mr. Hua.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 3 items, a couple related to some discussion this evening. The first is, as you may recall, your council goals include having staff review the Arts and Public Places program and our ordinance. And so I wanted to let you know that working group has been working diligently on that item. I do anticipate we're going to move that probably to the public realm here in the not too distant future to get some additional feedback before that's brought back to you. That ordinance has been on the books since the early 2000s, but really hasn't been activated in a while. And the big issue, one that was talked about tonight, was funding. So that's part of the discussion that staff's having at your direction. So we're going to be bringing that back, and hopefully that'll provide kind of a broader look at how we look at public art in the community. The second item, just in response to Councilmember Bausch asking some questions, I think related to Almond Acres, wanted to let the group know that our team, and I say our team, Public Works, Engineering, the Fire Department, the Police Department, our office have been meeting with the Almond Acres team to look to find ways to better address some of the concerns about traffic on Niblick. I know we had a team out there today meeting on site, and I know that there's going to be some work in the coming weeks to look at ways to help maybe better mitigate some traffic on the Almond Acres campus to alleviate some of the concerns and some of the backing up on Niblick. And we're going to be doing some analysis and working with that group in the coming weeks. So I just wanted to provide that update. And then finally, a couple meetings ago, you all approved a project to begin the work to update the chambers related to the speaker video project. So that's moving along. We had a pretty good walkthrough the other day with prospective vendors. So we've got some good interest in that project that's moving forward. We had a second component of that project, which was kind of the nice to haves, the carpet, the wall coverings. You wanted us to bring back some more definitive costs. So I'd expect that to probably come back in a meeting in April for your review and direction on that. So other than that, we continue to move along, as Ryan mentioned, on a variety of different projects and initiatives. Really proud of the team for continuing to push forward. I don't think we were able to probably do justice to those council goals tonight, and really, I just really would encourage a review of those and the work that we're doing there. That is really the guidepost for staff, and we made a lot of progress on those goals. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. On to council business and committee reports. Start with Ms. Beal.
Thank you. It's been busy as always, and I have a coffee coming up this Saturday from 9 to 11 at the Market Walk. I invite you to come. Just as an FYI, in April, I'm going to mix it up and come up with a different location. I did cleanup on Saturday with Earthshine. They do that every third Saturday down at the Riverwalk. Speaking of the Riverwalk, what a lovely opportunity. There were people there from the Beaver Brigade, a couple of high school groups. There were probably 12, 15 people there, and we got a lot of work done. I highly recommend it, and they're a lovely partner. Fred actually invited me to go to the SLOCOG meeting in RTA. Who knew how much fun that would be? So the highlight actually was at the RTA meeting. They were presenting their short-range transportation kind of plans and guides little by little. But lo and behold, what came up as a priority were two tripper bus routes in the city of Paso Robles, and also potentially another regional route between Paso and San Luis Obispo. So this isn't a done deal. It doesn't mean it's happening. Basically, RTA goes to sort of a public outreach process. And so I would encourage everyone to be kind of paying attention to that, because we would certainly like to see those lines come to fruition and have additional transit options here, especially since we're talking about the Niblick corridor. I think having buses there around school time hours would be a great benefit. So the other things I did, and these are just kind of higher level issues, I went with Mr. Sloan and Mr. Gregory. We were at the Central Coast Insights Conference at the fairgrounds. Kind of economics, wine industry. They had a lot of very interesting speakers. Went to the housing summit with several staff. Councilmember Gregory, congratulations, Mr. Fraish. You did a wonderful job on the panel. We were so proud. The other things that have come out have been like the business climate survey, even issues in Ryan's semi-annual financial review. Again, what are we hearing? We're hearing housing, labor, affordability, workforce. These are themes that are coming up in each of these different venues, right? And you can't talk about, the challenges with labor without talking about the challenges of housing. They go together. And obviously, I'm so proud of what everyone has accomplished with the new affordable housing units and having really a great partner with the Paso Robles Housing Authority. But I really think we need to just stay on this, to keep on keeping on with the housing issues. One of the things in the business climate survey is our local businesses here spoke about losing the workforce, unreliable workforce, afraid that our workforce is moving away, and all of that creates an unpredictable climate with how to do business. So again, thinking about labor, thinking about housing, thinking about things that affect our working families. And I'll just kind of close up with this. One of the panels at the Housing Summit was a young people. Everybody's young, when you get to be us, right? But there was a young people's panel at the Housing Summit. And one of them said, we might be the last generation to live here that aren't retirees.
Profound.
That took my breath away. These young people, and these are professionals, they are consigned to the fact that they'll never be able to own a home. They're making decisions not to have children. And they have farewell parties for their peers before they leave. And I think we should be thinking about that with everything we do. What we have going on here in the city isn't unique, but I know all of us up here care about that. We care as human beings. We want to have children at the Christmas parade and the Easter bunny at the park coming up. I hope this group keeps all of those in mind as we're moving forward, taking care of our working families, keeping them front of mind, because the decisions that we make now will determine whether or not this is the last generation to live here that isn't a retiree, you know? So thank you for letting me be of service. And oh, one last thing, the young people, I want to make sure as we move forward with outreach, as we move internally and from a public standpoint to a goal-setting process, I'm not sure what that's going to look like. We have to make sure that we're engaging our working families. We have a youth commission, we have a senior commission, we have a whole group of people in between that we don't have a regular forum to be getting input from. And I just want to make sure we're being mindful of that. So thanks for letting me be of service.
Thank you, Chris. Councilman Strong.
Thank you. I'll try to keep mine hopefully a little shorter. But obviously, I was also at the SLCOG and RTA meeting. And I think one of the most important things for me to talk about there is they have a lot of plans for us. And no, they're not planning to cut our funding off. Our funding is going to stay, but it's delayed about a year because I did have other projects that also have a very high priority involving bikes and walking and other things. But of the traffic type projects, ours are very, very high on the list. They're favorable ones. So, and they're going after additional grant money, and they're also looking to move some grant money they've already got that they've been using somewhere else that they're reallocating towards us. So we're not going to lose the money. We may lose a year on it at the most. But also, they are doing all of that, but the Senior Go trips, that's part of why the money was changed a little bit. The Senior Goes are going to be cut to 2 trips, and part of the reason for the delay is to shift to that money so that we are increasing the Senior Go back to 4 trips. We have a lot of seniors in this community. They're totally dependent upon that to go to the grocery stores just to get their groceries. And we don't want to start starving our own people out. That doesn't make any sense at all. So it was a good use of the money to go back towards the Senior Go. So that was a decision we made, and one I totally supported. Yesterday, I was down in Orange County as vice chair of the Pacific Surfliner, and there we are planning again more Pacific Surfliner trips up here to San Luis Obispo with buses up to here, so that we will have additional trips, but not immediately, because there's been a greater need down in the San Diego, LA area, because during COVID, everything went way down, and we lost money and we lost trips. Now, all of a sudden, the demand is coming back, and it's coming back in spades. We had 2 million passengers last year we couldn't accommodate, and that's a lot of trips. And so we are adding 2 immediate trips down there in San Diego to LA. And then we're still planning on putting the additional trips back up to Santa Barbara and then on up to Paso Robles. But they're not going to come quite as quickly. But we're going to get them. And that's pretty much my report. I'm going off again next week for our next meeting. And I'll be down in Los Angeles, or actually in Burbank. And that will be for a meeting with the Cal Cities organization. And they're on the Housing Community and Economic Development Committee, Policy Committee for the state. And we will be obviously discussing the low-income housing mostly as it relates to homelessness and as it relates to workforce development and economic development. So that's basically where we're going now. Okay.
Thank you, Fred. Councilman Belsch.
Thank you. Keeping it a little more local, Paso Robles Youth Commission on March 5th. The following Friday, they had a very successful teen night, so thanks to everyone who came out for that and the youth commissioners that helped put that on. Had a 221 regarding SLO County Emergency Medical Services. I attended an FPPC class. I think we all attended the groundbreaking for the Paso Robles Public Safety Center. Thank you, Chief Stornetta. That was a great event, great progress. Keep up the good work. Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreation Advisory, Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Board meeting. Received an update from Eric Daniels, PG&E. Attended a very well-attended and cozy IWMA meeting. Are they always that? They're not that, usually that.
No, not
with Mayor Hammond, and then Library Board of Trustees, and then, of course, tonight's grand opening for the Housing Authority at Sunrise Villas. Would echo what Linda George mentioned earlier. Vote for Paso in USA Today's Best Main Street Contest. We were at number 5. We're slipping down to number 7. It's at 10best.usatoday.com/awards. Should take you to that. A couple different categories to vote on. Please be sure to vote for Paso. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, I went to a lot of meetings, so I'll try to make this quick. So Insight Conference, that was very interesting. And we had Chris Thornburg from Beacon Economics speak at that. And he tried to narrow it down to the Paso Robles area and the wine industry. And what he says about the wine industry and the concern of the wine industry here is that Paso Robles wine industry is doing probably better than most. A good statistic was that our employment for the wineries in our area went up 29% in the last 4 years. Everybody else declined. So the other thing that he pointed out is that people need to stop believing the media and start living by stats or statistics. And he said, Paso Robles is going to be fine. If you look at the numbers, we're down a little bit in sales, but we're up in spending per visits in the tasting rooms. So it's really important to keep positive, keep creative, and doing the things that Tobin James and Austin Hope are doing is just keep it positive and keep it rolling and be aggressive and progressive. The sales for bottles costing $29 to $39 a bottle and $39 to $49 a bottle are actually increasing, which is pretty close to our market here. So it was a very positive report. There's another speaker there. I'm going to get the stats on and turn them over to our city manager. But there's a real interesting thing going on retail sales wise in wine, and you're starting to see non-alcoholic beverages come into play. On another note, the Veterans Administration looks like they're moving forward on our Veterans Health Clinic on Creston Road. I just talked to Supervisor Pajong about it, and they have sent all the information to the Veterans Administration to get that final approval. So that is in the works. Just briefly, it was fun seeing Gary Eberly get roasted at Citizen of the Year. He's a funny guy. Anyway, senior citizen meeting I hang out with Chris Bausch on that and saw another presentation from Lonnie, which was really good. We went out to that ribbon cutting today. Statistics on the ribbon cutting, there's 69 residential houses, 279 people, and there's 1,000 people on the waiting list. It sold out in a couple weeks. So that gives you an idea of our demand. And I'll talk about that in just a second. Attended Travel Paso. And then I want to get to the Housing Summit because Chris talked a little bit about that spiel. And what they're saying is we need to make housing affordable. And the biggest thing I got out of that conference, single-family homes with yards and white picket fences are becoming a luxury item, and you're not going to see them anymore because builders can't really afford to build them. You're going to see a decline. Proof of that is the cost of everything you're seeing coming out in the market rate. So it's going to force our communities to go closer together and go up. And it's something that I want to advocate for is we have to get workforce housing. We have a lot of businesses we need to support coming into town. And it's really important that we focus on it. It's also really important to focus, the youth has to make up its own mind of what they want to do. And there's some old people like us that feel very youthful. So I'm trying to encourage all these kids to hang out and figure it out and make it work. But homes and houses are so expensive, and it is our bread and butter and our future. It's really important as a community that we focus on this. And I just saw the gentleman from People Self Housing, Help Housing. I said, please come and help us. We need these houses. And Warren's got a lot of great ideas, so I'm going to focus on that as a council person. I just want to get affordable housing here. What Lonnie is doing is amazing. She has 4 more projects for affordable housing, and I don't think we could do enough for that. Went to the safety center groundbreaking, and Congressman Pimenta showed up and did a little shovel work with us. It was great. He got us a $500,000 grant to build that. It was really nice to see that happen for the fire department. And let's see. Oh, also attended a design meeting for design ideas for the City Hall upstairs. And finally, if anybody's not doing anything next week on Wednesday between 9 and 11, I'll be at H. Cheval Coffee. I don't drink coffee, but I'll be there. So please join me if you have time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. For me, I had a bunch of things too. I had the honor of representing the city at the annual Scouting America recognition at the Elks. I think we must have had probably 35 different recognition certificates that we gave out that night. Of course, the chamber dinner honoring Gary Everly, very well done for Roblin of the Year. Also, training center for groundbreaking. Had a good talk with Congressman Panetta and thanked him very much for his support and financing of part of that. Also went to of course, the integrated waste management. We had it at that venue is our new office, Chris, and we're not planning on having a meetings there. It's too small, of course, but I think they were just trying to unveil the office is what it was about. It was packed because we have a small area there, but also, of course, Nassau Water did that. And then we also, coming events, we didn't have anything listed on the agenda, but I know we have a couple things.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
One thing I forgot to mention is that I did represent the city also down in Oxnard, where for the League of Cities and their dinner for the whole region. And so we did not get booed. Okay. Because I was able to give a pitch for us.
Yeah, I was wondering if any of us went to that.
I did. I was there.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we do have upcoming events. Councilmember Chris Beal's office hours on March 22nd, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Common Grounds, right? Development Review Committee, DRC, March 24th at 3:30. Pastoral Planning Commission, March 25th at 6:30. Councilman Steve Gregory's office hours, March 26th, 9 o'clock to 11 a.m. at Cheval Coffee. And Development DRC again, March 31st, 3:30. And then our next Paso City Council meeting is going to be April 1st, 2025.
So, Mayor, I just want to make sure that's not an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, it's going to be. Well, hopefully we'll see what the agenda looks like, though.
Yeah.
So we're going now to adjourn back to our
recess.
Yes, a recess. We also adjourn basically back to our closed session items, which we have items 3 and 4. Their conference with legal counsel with anticipated litigation, and then the second one is existing litigation.
And then we're also just going to finish up the labor negotiations.
Right, we have to do that too. Yep, we didn't get quite finished on number 2. So we'll be coming back here to report out at the end of that. I would like to take this second, though, to adjourn in the name of a man that I very much knew for a long time, and Dr. Justin Davis, local man, born and raised in Paso Robles, who suddenly passed away last Sunday from, looks like a heart attack. Longtime Rotarian who was passionate about helping others with their health. He became a doctor. So many of us saw him, and I just want to adjourn in his name and our thoughts and prayers, of course, with the Davis family.
Second that adjournment.
All right. We have a motion that was second by Gregory.
So we're not actually going to adjourn right now.
Not actually
but
adjourning.
when we
We're
do
recessing.
adjourn,
We're going
we
to
will adjourn
recess
his
in his
memory.
and come back. Right. So,
okay.
All right. We are standing adjourned.
That's recess. Not adjourned.
Recess adjourned.
Paso Robles City Council will reconvene after closed session and will report out by Elizabeth Hall.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, we went into closed session on 4 items. The first, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, subsection B, regarding the appointment of a city manager. There is no reportable action. We went in under public employee labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, again regarding the permanent position of city manager, and there is no reportable action. We went into closed session under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 54956.9D4, that is initiation of litigation. There is no reportable action. And the last item is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. The council gave direction to litigation counsel, but there is no other reportable action. It should be noted that Mr. Bausch left the closed session at 9:18 p.m.
Okay, and is not here present either. Okay. Then we have nothing more on our agenda tonight. I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Strong, second by Gregory. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We stand adjourned.